Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to your favorite show on the internet, Raw Law Unfiltered, with your favorite host of all time, the DUI Guy Plus. That is me, folks. I'm finally feeling better. If you have been following along, I have released a new Jennifer McCabe Part 10, finally, the long awaited. You guys waited a long time for this, almost 3 weeks. So kudos to you all for having the patience and the energy to bear with me and me having COVID. Oh, hi, Zinni. You want to come join? You want to say hi to chat? Zinni is the star of the show and she knows it. Hi, baby. Um, so yeah, she is gonna join us apparently this morning. She saw that I'm streaming and she's like, I want in on this. Um, what was I saying? Yes, Jennifer McCabe. So there's only one more McCabe left. I thought there was going to be at least 13 episodes. What I miscalculated is the redirect examination. Apparently, I didn't realize and forgot. I mean, it's been a while. It's been 15 court days ago. Jennifer McCabe finishes her testimony with Alan Jackson. And so there's going to be only one more Jennifer McCabe, and then we're going straight into Proctor Cooper. He is my next target because, oh my God, his testimony, you guys. I know Chandler was the one streaming it actually. It was the Wednesday when we got back from California, and we were like super sick. I was super sick. She wasn't yet. She was coming down with it. She was a day behind me since the inception. So, yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a journey, but Cooper Tractor, yes, he's next. He's next on the chopping block. So the last Jennifer McCabe video is going to premiere tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then Trooper Proctor Part One. And I've already recorded one, two, three, and four. So basically, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is going to be all Trooper Proctor, and then we're probably going to do a live Saturday. There's no reason not to do a live this Saturday. I'm feeling good. I'm going to be home. We can do a live. We can do a live Saturday the 29th. I haven't done a live stream in a while. It feels like because I've been sick. Before that, there was our trip. I think, yeah, the last one I did was like June 2nd. My goodness. I mean, I'm still doing these live, so you guys get to see me um, actually live. But we haven't done a catch up in like 3 weeks. It'll be 4 weeks by the time we do one. We've been a whole month basically. The first of the month and the last of the month. So the snowplow guy, I missed him. He was on Friday. I was still not feeling well. I decided to. I tried to do a stream last Monday. For those of you who were here, day 25, I think it was. And oh my God, you guys, it drained the crap out. I couldn't do the afternoon. I didn't have the strength for the afternoon. Tell me what I've missed. The snowplow guy and a couple of expert witnesses for the defense. I understand the defense is putting on their case in chief. I'm aware of that. What did I miss from? Hey, the real Laura B. What's up, homie? Welcome. Good to see you in the chat. I'm feeling much better. I'm feeling much, much better. I mean, after 2 weeks of COVID, you might think Plow Guy was cool. Plow Guy was cool. Turtle Boy apparently decided to go into the lion's den, and then he was shocked when he was confronted by some of the family members or whatever. Um, yes, he was assaulted. I will give him that. But he walked into the lines then. He invited it. Come on, folks. Yeah, it was COVID. It was COVID. I missed the medical examiner. She couldn't tell much of anything, really. Um, that his injuries are not consistent with. Yes, I did see the Facebook video. That John O'Keefe's injuries are not consistent with an assault, being assaulted. I don't know. I missed it, unfortunately. Bye, Zini. I missed it, unfortunately, but it's okay. I'll probably catch up later if I will. Otherwise, we'll just keep moving. I can't wait to break down Alan Jackson's cross examination. Excuse me. Well, I am already breaking down Alan Jackson's cross examination of Trooper Proctor. I had two thoughts in my head at the same time. I can't wait to break down his closing. I think he's probably going to do his closing. He's the one who's going to do the closing for Karen Read. The medical examiner, by the way, okay, there we go. Can be consistent with assault, possibly dog, very wishy-washy, not consistent with car. I'll take that. I'll take that. That seems quite reasonable. If that's what we're gonna get, that's what we're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? If that's what we're gonna get, that's what we're gonna get. I think we're gonna be happy, right? Good morning to Astral Nomad and Amy and Margaret Tier, Swiss Education Formation International, Natasha, Real Laura B in the house. Oh, Commonwealth Medical Examiner said that. What about the defense? Court back. Do I have sound? Oh.
Independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
Releasing Davis, Adventure Swords.
Thank you very much.
Multi-voice, I am Mr.
All
K.
right, Mr. Jackson.
Jamie Walker, welcome everyone.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Frank Sheridan.
Great.
Dr. Frank Sheridan. Another doctor.
From the voir dire. Those are exhibits from the voir dire.
Judge is saying something about those are exhibits from the voir dire. Or voir dire. By the way, Aiden's girlfriend was supposed to be in court today, and she's not in court because she was disinvited after the altercation last night.
This way.
Because Karen doesn't want any hoopla going on in the courtroom.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to, when you testify, sir, please speak into the microphone if you can, loud and clear.
Very well.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Is it working?
It should be. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Little.
Good morning. Could you state your first name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Frank, and the last name is Sheridan, Sheridan.
And if you can make sure to keep your voice up just because the air conditioner is very loud.
Yeah, I noticed that. Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, what is your profession?
I'm a physician, and my specialty is forensic pathology and neuropathology, but most of my career has been primarily forensic pathology.
Oh, I know what he's going to say.
What do you currently do for a living?
Nothing. I'm retired.
What role or position of employment did you hold before you retired?
Okay, I was the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, California, and I was in that position from 1991 until 2017. That's when I retired from that position, but I stayed on a part-time basis for another few years to help out because the office was understaffed. But a few years ago, 2021 or 22, I've lost track of the time, I finally stopped altogether.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer, I don't know if
I'll have to put myself closer to it, I guess. Okay, is that better?
yes,
And Ms. Little, if we need to, just let us know and we'll turn off the air conditioning.
Your Honor. Describe your educational background for the jury?
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Dublin, Ireland, and I had all my initial education there, including primary school, secondary school, and then pre-medical school at the university I was at was the University College Dublin, Ireland, which is part of the National University of Ireland system. So I did my pre-med and medical school training there. And I graduated from medical school in 1971. Then after that, I did a one-year rotating internship, as it's called, of medicine, surgery, and some psychiatry as well. That was a requirement for all doctors for licensure. So that's basically my initial education. After, should I go on with my CV or base or not?
Yes. What did you do after medical school to complete your training?
Well, in the years after medical school, I wasn't in training anymore. I was working in Africa, actually, as a medical officer. And that wasn't training, that was a job. And I was there for 3 years in Central Africa. And I was a general medical officer with various duties that included some teaching, but also seeing patients. So I did that for basically 3 years. I then returned to Ireland and I spent the next 2 years, we're now talking about, by the way, the years I'm about to mention are 1976 to 78. So I was back in my home country, Ireland, and I spent those 2 years doing research and lecturing in pharmacology. Pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they act in the body. And I did that back at the same university where I had originally trained for medical school. So then in 1978, I came to the United States, initially to the University of Oregon, and I spent the next almost 3 years doing research there and lecturing in the field of genetics. It was during the time I was there that I decided to do forensic pathology. So starting in 1980, let me think for a second, 1982, I then had to start what's called a residency program in pathology. And the first part of that, the first year of that was in Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California. I then had to interrupt my residency training and I had to go and work in family practice for a year. This was because I was going through the immigration system of the United States, and they required that people in my position work for a year in family practice in a manpower shortage area, as they designated it, an area where there weren't enough doctors. So I did that in a place called Yucca Valley, Y-U-C-C-A Valley, California. But then after that year, I returned to the residency program and continued it on at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And this training was in what's called anatomic pathology, which in a way you can think of it as general pathology. It involved autopsies, it involved surgical pathology, looking at slides from surgery. It involved a few other things as well. And so I was doing that there at Loma Linda. Then from 86 to 88, I went to Los Angeles County, USC, which stands for University of Southern California. So LA County, USC, as it's generally known, for 2 years of training in neuropathology. Neuropathology being disease and injury of the brain, spinal cord, so forth. So that was from 86 to 88. And then in 1988, I went to the coroner's office, as it was then called. It's now a sheriff coroner's office, but at that time it was a coroner's office, and in San Bernardino. I did my 1 year required training in forensic pathology there. When I finished that year, I stayed on at the same office. And then in 1991, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the county. And as I mentioned earlier, I was in that position up until 2017. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
In other words, Dr. Dr. Sheridan, you're triple board certified, is that correct?
I am, yes.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
Damn.
Can you describe any relevant teaching positions that you've held?
Yes.
You can keep your voice up. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear back here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I still do some teaching actually. First of all, I'm on the staff of the of Loma Linda University Medical Center, the place where I did my initial training, and I give lectures on a regular basis there to the pathology residents, like I used to be myself. Then, in addition to that, for a long time, for about 20 years actually, up until COVID, I was also giving annual, well, no, actually twice a year, courses on forensics at the University of California, Riverside Extension, as it's called. And I did that for, as I said, essentially 20 years, I think. But that stopped with COVID. So I haven't been doing that since the beginning of COVID epidemic. I've also given annual lectures, or not lectures, but courses, 3-day courses, to the California Criminalistic Institute, which is part of the forensic system in California. And then, in addition to that, I was associated with another university for a while, but that sort of gradually elapsed. And that's basically it. I give occasional lectures at.
Is it just me? I really
Well,
like
actually,
this guy.
at least once a year at various other places, just individual lectures. I'm a visiting lecturer, in other words, and at community
is with me?
colleges and even high schools, actually. And then I forgot to mention one more thing. For 2 years, I was a visiting professor at a university in China.
I really like this guy.
What's called Hangzhou, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly even to this day, but Hangzhou, H-A-N-Z-H-O, whatever, H-O-U. It's a big city in China anyway, somewhere. And I was there for 2 years, on two different years, I mean, giving courses on forensic pathology.
And Dr. Sheridan, are you a member of any academic or professional societies?
Of societies? Yes, I've been a member, although I've let it lapse recently intentionally, but I've been a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners for many years. I'm also a member of the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and also the American Forensic Institute, or the AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm also a member of that.
And have you authored any peer-reviewed articles or publications in the areas of forensic pathology or neuropathology?
Yes, but not recently. When I was working, it was too busy to publish. But yes, I did author a few papers earlier on in my career. One of which it wasn't really neuropathology, but it was urology more than, well, it was actually neuropharmacology. And then I did author another paper on that was related to my forensic pathology work on organ donation, organ and tissue donation for transplantation. Those are the two main ones, but there were a couple of other lesser papers.
Can you describe your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner of San Bernardino County?
Yes, as Chief Medical Examiner, I had some administrative responsibilities. Fortunately, not too many, because there were other people to do it. But most of my responsibility there was supervising the medical part of the coroner's office. In other words, the autopsy section. And I was supervising other pathologists, but I was also working full-time doing autopsies myself. So I spent most of my time actually performing autopsies. But I did have, as I said, administrative roles and the role of supervising colleagues. And of course, as a medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, I frequently had to testify in court, rather like I'm doing now. So that was another part of my duty.
And during the course of your professional experience, approximately how many autopsies do you believe you've conducted?
It's between 12 and 13,000. I think it's closer to 13,000.
And have you qualified as an expert in the areas of forensic pathology, neuropathology, and anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Over 400.
And did you review materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I did. I reviewed
Here we
quite a
go.
lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case. Along with that, there was the neuropathology report, which was separate. There was a toxicology report. There were autopsy photographs. These were all of primary importance to me, all these things. Then I also reviewed the complaint in this case, outlining, in other words, the basic details of the case. I reviewed photographs taken at the scene of death of Mr. O'Keefe, photographs of the vehicle that was allegedly involved in his death, photographs of the decedent himself before the autopsy, while he was at the hospital, at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then there was also some videos of the scene of death. I also saw the death certificate, a document by CERT, S-C-R-T, police reports from Canton Police Department. Am I missing anything out? I don't think so.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Sure.
Oh my
Dr.
God, hi,
Sheridan, is
Z.
this one of the photographs
Being
that you
attacked by a
reviewed in reaching
feline.
your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe the injuries that you see in this photograph?
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones are abrasions. Abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
And based on your review of the information discussed earlier, can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T-E, mortem meaning before death. And that's based primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish orange color, usually yellow.
In your professional opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So Lally doesn't like that question. And they're going to go to the sidebar right now. That makes sense. Okay, so what just happened? Let me explain. Ms. Little just asked a very direct question of the expert, as you all just saw. It was a very, very concrete. In your professional opinion, as a medical expert who has performed between 12 and 13, close to 13,000 autopsies, would you conclude, based on your training and experience, that these injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, on his deceased body, are they consistent with being struck by a vehicle? The answer is,
I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you again to keep your voice up, please, sir.
I'm doing my best.
and Lally's
My
objecting
voice is
because
not
he's
strong
done
as
nothing.
it
He's
used to be.
afraid.
Unmuted.
He's
We'll
terrified
stop
of
the
the
AC
answer.
for a while then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while then. We want to make sure we hear you.
Okay.
Because he knows what the answer is going to be.
Dr. Sheridan, are these
Gonna fuck his
injuries
case up
consistent with
completely.
a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
Sustained.
I would say in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
That's
He
right.
just said in general,
If
no.
you could
He just
assume
started
for
answering. I
this
love
question
that.
That this individual was involved in a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian. Based on your review of his photographs, Are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Sustain, why don't you come back from the
Oh, for the love of God, Lally. Elizabeth, you may have to rephrase the question slightly. Maybe something like, based on your training and experience, again, as a medical examiner, after having performed 12 to 13,000 autopsies, would you maybe rephrase the question? What would these injuries be consistent with, in your professional opinion?
You are unmuted.
They look like someone scratched, or like a dog bite or something. I don't know.
Dr. Sheridan, how many autopsies?
There
have
we
you
go.
conducted of
Thank you.
Individuals who were involved in pedestrian vehicle motor collisions?
Involved in what pedestrian vehicle?
Yes.
Versus, yeah, well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with individuals who have been involved in motor vehicle collisions?
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents in general, they'd be probably nearly a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000. Yeah, that's about right.
Based on your professional experience,
There you go.
what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle?
Objection.
Oh my God.
You can answer that, Doctor.
Yes.
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
So go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, but the question was, to be precise, can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer it, but I can't remember exactly how you phrased it.
Yes, based on your extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with being struck, with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
If you mean struck in that part of the body, on the arm, like
Yes.
directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all. Mhm.
And can you explain that?
Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, or whichever part of your body is hit, if it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising, and we don't have any
Bruising.
bruising here.
Bruising.
We just have
Exactly.
linear, what I would call linear abrasions without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
No bruising.
What would you expect to see if an individual's arm were struck by the rear of a motor vehicle?
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see, well, depending on the circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture or fractures, but you would at least expect bruising.
In your professional opinion, based on your many years of experience, have you conducted any autopsies involving individuals who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually. Well, when I say quite a few, it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I'd have to just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children, was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs. And the dogs attacked the kid and killed them.
Oh,
So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal or a dog particularly was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
An animal attack.
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal, and most likely I would say a dog. Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark from the teeth as well. Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. but my basic impression is that these were consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog using his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way, and possibly the teeth as well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries that you're referring to on the screen? There should be a little laser pointer up there, I believe.
I don't know that I see one.
It's not there.
May I approach you on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Using the laser pointer, could you indicate the injuries that you believe you just testified are consistent with scratch marks?
Poor guy.
Actually, in a
Wheezing.
sense, they're all consistent with scratch marks in the sort of the more generic sense of their, whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but you basically got what looks like there's one pair there with possibly a third one, one in the middle. There are two very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another 2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
Dr. Sheridan, if you assume that the decedent was standing with his arm extended in this manner, and he was struck with the rear taillight of a 7,000-pound Lexus only on the arm, such that it spun him around and propelled him 30 feet, do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you inside.
Oh my God, Lally, just give it up, bro. Just give it up, man. Oh, he's so saddened. He is so saddened. He knows it's over. He knows his whole case is literally coming apart at the seams. Oh, I don't feel bad for him one bit, folks. Not one bit. He deserves everything coming his way. Hopefully he gets fired after this is over, and I will not feel sorry for him one bit. He's trying to mitigate the damage, and I swear, the jury, I guarantee the jury is sitting there right now going, oh, for the love of God, just let the man speak. Finally, we have a witness that we're learning from. Has anyone noticed that with the defense director and no sirens in the background? That's an interesting observation. Lally is so scared that even Viagra is not going to lift his spirits. Oh my God, you guys. Yeah, he's hiding the truth because he knows this is devastating. This is destroying his case. And good for him because he deserves it. Product Wrangler, what's up, brother? Welcome back, brother. He says, glad you're feeling better. Thanks for making sure this defendant gets a fair shake in the real world, sir. Well, I'm just the passive observer, but I'll take it. Jenny Lou, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. And James Green, also thank you for joining on as a member. And also, Dana Loves Zumba says, this guy reminds me of Dick Van Dyke. Oh, yeah. He does kind of look like him a little bit, doesn't he? Yeah. Lally should have his law license revoked after this. This is the kind of stuff that should not just lose you a career, but lose you your entire license. Like, how do you do a trial entirely based on a fraud? in a farce. When Aiden first came on my channel in September of 2023, and I heard this story, I said, why is the first question I had? I was like, why is this so complicated? Give me two things and I'll solve the case for you right now. I said, give me the autopsy report, and give me the autopsy photos, and show me a photo of the vehicle. I needed three things. I looked at the vehicle. I was like, it's a broken taillight. There's no way that that's consistent with striking a person. I saw that there were no marks, no broken bones, no bruising on the body. I read the report. It said no bruising, nothing was like the body was not struck. It was beaten. I was like, this is a closed, open and shut case. I literally said this case will never go to trial. There's not a single prosecutor in the universe who will take this case to trial. I was wrong. Fucking Lally. What is super sad is Lally wants a win, not justice. That's every prosecutor. I hate to break it to you. Prosecutors don't care about justice. Prosecutors just want to win, just like any other human being. Yes, I did see that, Lucinda. Turtle Boy getting attacked. He invited it. He walked into the lion's den.
All rise for the court, please.
He drove all the way from Boston to Canton. Like, come on, dude. Why would you do that?
Follow me, please.
Love your coverage and commentary. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you so much, Shane Reynolds. Are we on break? What's going on here? Why did we suddenly break? What is happening? Hello? Hello? Chandler's feeling better. Chandler is feeling better. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to Dr. Turtle Boy's Twitter page. He talked all about it. He even went live last night, but the live is like an hour and a half long. Here's what I know. Aiden and, is it Georgette, his girlfriend? They live in Boston. Okay? Sorry, I have food in my teeth. They live in Boston. For some reason, for some bloody reason, last night, Aiden and his girlfriend decided to go to Canton for dinner. Canton. They went to Canton. They went to Canton for dinner, which is like a 30-minute drive, totally out of their way. Which, you know, it's a free country, whatever. You can go wherever you please. But you know the history between Aiden and the McAlberts. And of course, he went to a popular spot where the McAlberts usually go for dinner. And surprise, surprise, he ran into the McAlberts. Oh, shocker. Was not expecting that to happen in frickin' Canton. It was just a bad idea all around. And of course he was confronted and he was assaulted. He was absolutely, I watched the video. The woman walked up and just smacked the camera like literally out of his hand. It was absolutely stupid. He should not have done that. He should not have been there. It is not the time nor the place. End of story. I see some of you are taking Aiden's side, and you're welcome to. I don't care. It's a free country. You can voice your opinion. However, Wait, they're talking. Something about accident. The police showed up. She grabbed his phone. The police showed up, and Aiden, he was the victim. Don't get me wrong. He was still the victim in the whole scenario, but he invited himself to become it. You see the difference? It's like, look, if he was sitting in Boston eating at his local diner where he always eats, and the McAlberts randomly showed up, I would be 100% taking Turtle Boy's side. 100%, not even a question. Turtle Boy invited the assault. It was risky. He should not have been there. Okay, you can't blame Turtle Boy. Those people acted like animals, Ray. Here's what I'm going to say about that. I am 100% blaming him because he walked into the lion's den. He knows that they act like animals, like he just said. He knows that. So what do? You avoid any possible altercation, confrontation, being in the same room, being in the same area. Just stay away. Stay away. Stay away. That's the smart move. See? That's the smart move. He wasn't being smart. He should have been smarter. Jesus Christ. Are you just going to blindly follow him to the ends of the earth? Use your brains for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is all I ask. Good God. Yes, I'm going to blame him. Jesus Christ, man. No, it's okay. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. At the end of the day, like, I don't know. He said that some of them are being charged with assault. Maybe. I don't know if it's fact or not. I didn't see any reports or nothing. But, like, especially during the trial. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Natasha. Thank you for filling in the blanks for the people. It was so dumb to go there. Why? To the point where his girlfriend was uninvited. She was supposed to be in court today, right now. She was supposed to be in the courtroom. And because of that, she was uninvited. Why would you do that to yourself? 2 people are getting charged. Do we have confirmation? During the trial, it's not worth the risk. Exactly. He already was on thin ice because I think he got a little cocky. You know what I think? Aiden, I hope you get to see this, man. Honestly, I think you got a little cocky, bro. He texted me a couple days ago, and I'm not trying to shit on the guy. I'm being honest. I'm being sincere. I'm telling you what I feel and what I think about this. I'm not trying to just be an asshole to the guy because he doesn't deserve it. He's been through a lot. But he does need to hear this. I think you got a little cocky, bro. I really do. Because think about it. Up until this point in the trial, you were not allowed in the courtroom at various parts. When there was a police officer testifying, then you're fine. But when it was like one of the McAlberts, you were not allowed in the courtroom pursuant to a judicial order. Now it's the defense's case. You're like, well, the judicial order is meaningless, so you felt a little bit of power. You felt a little bit of strength. You felt a little bit of like, I'm untouchable now. Now I can be in the courtroom whenever I want. I can do whatever I want. They're not testifying anymore. The prosecution's case is done. But the trial is still going, bro. The trial is still going on. Yeah, the video is on Twitter. I can play it probably. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. You guys want to see it? I'll play it.
Filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of shit.
Oh, she stole my phone.
I'm sick of your shit. Okay? Enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have
You
my phone?
know. How's the kid? How's the kid? They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, Joe.
That's not assault.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Fuck up,
I'm
Big
gonna need my
Bird.
phone
You're a
back,
fucking bird.
My phone back, Joe.
You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Boom. You're not fat. Come on.
I need my phone back, Joe.
You shut up. Where's your chocolate?
I'm gonna need my
Where's your
phone back, Joe.
chocolate? Didn't you go loopy? Didn't you go crazy?
Bill, can I please have my,
Shut the fuck up!
Bill, can I have my phone back, please? Can I have my phone back, please? Bill?
Go ahead. Give me this phone.
Give my phone back, Bill. Don't do it. I need my phone back. I need my phone back. Okay, so that just happened. That just happened. That just happened.
Piece of shit. I have wrinkles. I don't care, but guess what? I have a good heart.
You have a
You
great
are a
eye.
prick. You're going to jail, and I cannot wait. And guess what? You're going to be without a boyfriend because this prick is going to jail.
I mean,
The woman is mental. That's why you stay the hell away, man.
I'll see counsel.
This is why you stay the hell away from these people. They are insane. And you walked into the lion's den. You put yourself and your girlfriend in the line of fire. Exactly, chat. Ay. It's Jill Daniels. Yeah. That's not Jennifer McCabe. No. That's Jill Daniels. She was not one of the witnesses, I don't think. I don't remember her testifying. Seriously?
Unmuted.
Again? Come on, Vinny. She just can't make up her mind. She's like, I want to come, I want to go. I want to come, I want to go.
I'll look at this.
This streamer has a name, bro. Like, tell me you're new without telling me you're new. Hi, Vinny. Yes. I love you too. Yes.
You are unmuted.
A. Kane says, pardon my ignorance, but wasn't Lally obligated to prosecute this case because of his job? Can a state prosecutor refuse the case based on moral crisis? That's a good question, but I think, honestly, I wouldn't call it moral crisis. I would simply say, like, look, I don't believe in the case that I'm presenting. Therefore, I will not prosecute. And lose his job and let somebody else take the heat and go do something else. I guess he's making his 120 a year or whatever, and that's all he cares about.
All right, go right ahead, Miss Little, in a loud voice.
Thank you. And Dr. Sheridan, I'll ask you to also just keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
Assume the decedent was standing with his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
Can you describe that?
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before, one thing that's not there that should be there, given that idea, that scenario, is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed doesn't seem to fit the idea of the rear of a vehicle being the impacting object.
And at 24 miles per hour, would you expect to see fractures or breaks in the arm?
You could do. There'd be other factors involved as to depending. It would depend on a lot of things, but it's possible. Yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head?
To the head.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head, and where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or it's split, so you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp, in what's called the occipital area, and beneath that, when the skin was moved away as part of the autopsy, there was extensive bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point. There was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you got the laceration. That's where the impact was. So you have that the impact with the scalp hemorrhage there, and the skull fractures. Then the brain itself it had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain, and that's very common in situations like this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises. Contusions is the real word, actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself, and that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain, in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report, as well as the autopsy. Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it usually does after major trauma. And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't because the skull is around it. So it begins to put pressure, pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, it's quite clear from the photographs, the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death. So this was a fatal injury for certain.
And what impact would that type of injury have had on the individual after sustaining it?
Yeah, once this injury occurred, once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. He would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down. But he would immediately from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious, for sure.
Would he have been able to stand up, move, or walk?
No, he would have been unconscious completely.
Do you have any opinion regarding whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But the grass, and as I understand from all the material I reviewed, there was also some snow, and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more. But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling and hitting their head on it to get the injuries I've just described.
In addition to focusing on the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries in conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
In addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
Well, as you put it there, it's a rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case, there are a number of features of things that are absent that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from a vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if Mr. O'Keefe was struck with, it depends obviously what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, and as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. There was the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common on the legs. So the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who were involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
Gosh, I have no idea, and it's but a lot. I mean, I've done. I said earlier that between well over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course, yeah, okay, so all of those and other cases involving sharp force, homicides involving sharp force may have evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds, yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could be, yes. He had, I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands can be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object, and you're protecting yourself. So I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation. Yes.
Thank you. If I could have one moment.
Sure.
I think she's got everything she needed for the most part.
Mr. Lally?
Here we go, Lally. What are you gonna do with this guy? You gonna imitate Jackson again?
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Injuries that you were just testifying about with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, they were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform myself, no.
You never saw the body, you're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy report, yes.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital where he was pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well?
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier. Maybe I forgot.
Now, with regard to what you reviewed of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, you saw no injuries to his left arm, correct?
To his left arm? No, I don't think so. No,
No injuries to his left leg, correct?
no. Mhm.
Injuries to his torso that you saw,
That's correct. Mhm.
and no injuries to the back left side of his head. Is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes. Mhm.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes. Mhm.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause of death being multiple blunt force type injuries in conjunction with hypothermia?
I do agree with her, yes. Mhm.
And you reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes. Mhm.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination, which were independent confirmation for me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the injuries that you observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not. Mhm.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. Some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were two dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims' children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since I did these cases, but I do have a general recollection that in in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember as far as whether or not these injuries that you observed and not taking the child fatalities with the dog's maul, I'm presuming that those involved injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes. Mhm.
So in the other instances that you were talking about, do you recall even whether or not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were talking about as far as the other animal attacks that you've seen,
Yeah.
do you recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, ante-mortem. Well, actually, in one of those cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog, was pawing at the body, but the person was dead. But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were ante-mortem, and they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case, I had to testify later on. In this case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries that you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case, they were antemortem. So in other words, there's been postmortem and antemortem. Yes.
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
No other injuries that you observed consistent with what you're talking about as far as an animal attack on any other part of Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And from what you observed in the reports and the photographs, you can't say definitively what type of animal, correct?
That's correct. I can't.
And you can't say even if it was an animal or was a dog, what breed of dog that was. Is that correct?
Oh, for the love of Benji.
No, but if I had to try, and if I said,
Not asking you to try, sir. I'm just asking whether
Okay.
or not you can say whether or not that what breed of dog it was.
no, I can't tell you what breed. No.
Who cares, man?
You can't say whether or not those injuries were inflicted inside a house or outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea.
This guy.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Only that they were
Before death.
when he was still alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like they happened very shortly before death.
And when you say a short time, we're talking about hours,
Minutes to hours, I would say.
minutes to hours, but you can't.
I mean, I'm talking just based on the injuries themselves alone, leaving anything else out. You can't time injuries as exactly as you might think from CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure. And but just looking at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours, yes.
Now, at some point, were you given or did you review any files from a lab at University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure. In relation to what?
So are you aware that the State Police Lab in Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred on his right arm, and then sent that to a lab at UC Davis? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that, no.
And so you're equally unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the injuries that you're describing as scratch marks or bite marks occurred.
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Are you aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that question.
Were you aware that there was a dog that resided at 34 Fairview Road?
Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog? Humans intervened, and one of the humans was bit.
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of an actual bite mark from that actual dog months after January 29th? Were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Now, sir, did you write a report in relation to what you observed or anything in regard to your opinion or your testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what did you say about that?
When you're talking about a declaration, you're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under the pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, I thought there was only one, so whatever you have.
Now, at any point in time were you made aware that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch that were found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
I don't remember that specifically.
And that those pieces were then found to be consistent with the defendant's tail light.
Like I said, I don't remember that particular part.
Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's taillight housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Now, were you ever told about a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
So then you weren't also told that that was then sent out for mitochondrial DNA testing and it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe to a degree of 99.895%.
You talk about a hair sample now. Yeah. No, I didn't have that.
Now, doctor, would you agree that in blunt impact injuries, the characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes.
Now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight that were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
Do you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression abrasion.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to have some lateral movement as well, though, to get an abrasion.
Now, when you were talking about prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions, is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front.
So mostly it's a pedestrian sort of crossing the street or standing in the street who's then struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But
the camera. That's
so
right.
those cases were impacts
Karen Reed's camera
against the back of the
car
vehicle.
have a camera?
But most pedestrian cases, yeah, are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
Just briefly on that, as far as the defendant's vehicle itself, are you aware that there were rear backup cameras and a 360-degree overhead view from the back of her vehicle?
I remember reading that, yes.
Now, understanding what you're talking about as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the wear on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision, much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done, some of them were witnessed, some weren't. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So when they weren't witnessed, and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any. The vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations. And so in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies. It varies.
And understanding that it varies, but primarily what I'm saying is whatever information as far as the body comes in and you're going to conduct an autopsy, there would be some information from law enforcement or witness statements or something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing, pedestrian collision, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which that you've seen are, again, from the front of the vehicle striking a pedestrian in the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck plays in reference to their injuries?
Yeah, it could be that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones that involved being backed over when they were children. I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except the vehicle went right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind. So can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than a 6'1", 200 something.
Oh yeah. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground, and then the vehicle is going to go over, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of a vehicle?
I can't remember.
Can you remember any?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And so if someone is
He's
struck
getting
by
too
the
specific,
right rear
trying to make
portion
him look
of a
like-
vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with a frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim at the moment of impact. And of course, it could be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back, the side, whatever, or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
But as you testified earlier on direct, it's sort of dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend on, or for that matter, internal injuries, depends on a variety of factors. But you're going to get bruising for sure.
Now, you did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, a small bruising.
The sirens are back.
It looked like 2, possibly 3, almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware from the materials that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe was last seen sort of on video exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of a cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
You talked about a couple of different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking about?
You mean on different occasions?
As far as in, there are multiple abrasions, as you've termed them, and you're attributing them to an animal attack, correct?
I think that's the most likely explanation for these, yes.
And so my question is, sir, is that from the dog or the animal or whatever it is scratching Mr. O'Keefe once, more than once, based on what you observed in
Well, it's more than once. When I had the laser pointer here, I think I pointed to roughly, 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas. So it looks like, and you have, maybe there's an additional, the ones on the lower forearm, I should say, are harder to figure out. But it looks like 4, maybe 5 separate.
4 or 5 separate sort of swipes, whether they be with
Yeah.
mouth or claws or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is it your testimony that it's not possible that Mr. O'Keefe received that from some part of the motor vehicle, or a glass shattering, or shattering from the
Glass
taillight, or
shattering.
any sort of metal
What?
pieces underneath contained within that taillight housing as far as his interaction with the vehicle?
They don't look remotely like that to me.
Yeah.
So it's not possible, is that correct?
In my opinion, no.
You were asked about some questions with regard to the surface of the ground as far as dirt or grass.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with what the weather was like at the time that Mr. O'Keefe, you testified earlier, you were familiar that he was found in the snow, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Do you know what the temperature was like as far as, my question is this, sir. Understanding cushioning of grass and dirt under normal conditions, but if the ground is physically frozen based on the temperature of outside, would that impact as far as your understanding of the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
No, I mean, even if there was a small coating of ice, I wouldn't change my opinion based on that, no.
I'm not talking about ice, sir. What I'm talking about is the ground itself being physically frozen based on the temperatures outside.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the hard surface that you're talking about, would that include asphalt pavement?
Yes, it could. Mhm.
And as far as those injuries, the speed, if Mr. O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and was projected away from that vehicle and then struck his head on the ground, would that be sufficient force, in your opinion, to cause the skull fracture on the back of his head?
If all that happened, yes, and onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes, if that's indeed what happened. But like for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened.
Now, you testified, or you asked some questions about your opinion and as to or consistency with the physical altercation. Is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
And the sort of swelling in Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, as far as the ecchymosis concerned, that was related to the brain injury. Is that your understanding?
Well, the skull injury rather than the brain.
Skull
Yeah.
injury, which
Yeah.
leads to the bleeding of the brain, which then leads to the swelling of the eye.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, let's be clear about this. I mentioned the fractures earlier on that came from the back and went all the way towards the front of the skull, including what are called the orbital plates, which are the bones, the parts of the frontal bone that are right over the eye sockets. And the bone there is very delicate. It's the thinnest part of the skull. Anyway, the photographs and the autopsy report clearly show that the fracture involved that on each side, both orbital plates, in other words. And it's that fracture, it's not the brain itself, but it's that fracture which leads to the bleeding that causes the black eyes, if you want to call them that way.
And as far as what your review of the medical records, your review of the autopsy report, photographs, things like that, you observed nothing as far as fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's eye sockets, correct?
Well, the orbital plates, in a sense, are part of the eye sockets, but they're the roof.
Were there any fractures to the orbital bones?
There were no fractures that appeared to be coming from the front, no.
As far as the sclera, was there any broken blood vessels or anything that you observed in either the notes or the reports or the photographs or anything else that you saw?
Broken blood vessels were?
The sclera.
Huh?
Sclera of the eyes? You know what that is?
Oh, the eye, yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear, just couldn't hear what you said, yeah. No, there just, as far as I know, the eyes were clear, yeah. The eyes themselves were clear, yeah.
Now, as far as the minor injuries that you were talking about, as far as the eyelid or the nose, as far as those minor lacerations you were talking about, there was no bruising around any of those lacerations, correct?
The eyelid laceration, don't forget, is in the same area where we have the other injury, and it's a little bit hard to figure out whether how much hemorrhage, how much of that black eye could even be from related to the laceration, because you've got two possible explanations for the black eyes. One is the skull fracture I've already mentioned, but that doesn't rule out his getting an impact as well on the front, but I can't, there's no way you can separate them.
But as far as around those minor lacerations that you're talking about, you didn't observe or see any record of any bruising or any broken bones in those areas whatsoever?
No, the main one that I was relating to when I spoke about the altercation question was the laceration on the eyelid. That's not related to the head injury that we've been discussing. So it's a separate injury, and it's from some kind of blow to the front.
The minor lacerations that you observed, would they be consistent with being struck by broken pieces of glass or broken pieces of broken sharp pieces of plastic?
If it was indeed a laceration, as it was described, then no, because lacerations by definition, although this is a term that's often misused, by the way, even by some doctors, but a laceration by definition is an open wound caused by blunt force, not sharp.
So blunt force, as far as what I'm asking is, is
Interesting.
it possible that the lacerations to his face were caused by a blunt object that then shattered and caused the lacerations to his face?
I find that hard to imagine. I find that very hard to even conceive of.
So it's not conceivable? Is that what you're saying?
To me, no.
And from your review of whatever reports and medical records and everything else, what, if anything, did you see, or did you see anything that had to do with an animal being present on scene, or an animal being near Mr. O'Keefe's body, or Mr. O'Keefe being inside the house?
I don't know. I mean, but I heard there was an animal somewhere around the place, a dog. I think you mentioned the dog earlier.
So somewhere around the place, but no evidence that you've seen that
That's-
that animal interacted with Mr. O'Keefe in any way.
No, I wasn't there, obviously, and
Oh
all
my
I can say
God,
is what I've already said, but I don't know any more than that.
I know you weren't there. What I'm saying is, from the material that you reviewed, was there any indication or any evidence of that animal ever being near, close to, or interacting in any way with Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Oh, for the love of God, Lally. Seriously, that's your question.
Little?
Thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach. Sure. Thank you.
Oh, judge is so not happy. Do you hear her? Sure. She is extremely unhappy. This is crushing the
Dr. Sheridan,
government's
if you could
case.
just take a look at that photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I saw this photograph before. Yeah.
Could you describe that photograph to the jury?
It shows the decedent's knees taken from the right side, but you can see both knees. Mhm.
Your Honor, permission to mark this and then publish it.
Mark it, put it into evidence? Okay, is there any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
She sounds so displeased today. She knows it's coming to a close and they're losing.
Yes, you may publish it, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sheridan, you were asked on cross-examination about an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes. Mhm.
Is this the injury that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, this has been mentioned before. It's an abrasion.
And that's the extent of the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee,
Yeah,
correct?
that's it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right, Dr. Sheridan, you are
All
all set.
set,
Very well, thank
sir.
you very
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who's next on the chopping block? Let's keep this show going. What do you guys think? How did he do? I think he did really well. The microscopic pieces of plastic found in John O'Keefe's clothing after they peppered the pieces of plastic around him.
You tell us whether the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Daniel Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolf,
Bring in the wolf.
what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So
Oh,
ARCA is
he's
a
gonna
forensic
reconstruct
engineering
the-
consulting
oh.
firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human
Yes.
factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few.
Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction format for ARCA, correct?
That is correct.
What sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
So we do a lot of work in civil litigation. So we work with insurance carriers, law firms, but we also consult with and do projects with the federal government as well as the National Hockey League on player safety. So we're involved in a number of research projects as well.
Is there other clientele that seeks out ARCA for accident reconstruction or biomechanics or human factors issues?
In terms of beyond the parties that I just listed?
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yes, the military, yes, the Army.
Tell me a little bit about the work that you've done for the Department of Defense.
Well, that was before my time, but I'm aware of projects that dealt with working on vehicles that were over in the Middle East, where they basically designed energy absorbing seats because there was injuries when the vehicles were going over IEDs.
Is ARCA known both nationally and internationally? Or is it recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction issues?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, do you specialize in both accident reconstruction and the human factors that are associated with such reconstruction where necessary?
Yes.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of what is accident reconstruction?
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you open up a puzzle box and you dump the pieces out and you've got a bunch of pieces and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
And what is the application of human factors to that process?
So to give you an example of human factors in the field of accident reconstruction, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility and conspicuity work. So to give you an example of that, let's say a driver's driving down the road at night, there's a pedestrian that's crossing the road. So we want to have an understanding based upon that pedestrian's clothing, the headlights of the vehicle, any potential artificial lighting in the area. When does a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? And then we can also look at literature to have an understanding of how do drivers respond based upon the hazard they're presented with. So there's different response times depending on the hazard. So it's going to be different for a pedestrian crossing the roadway or a driver responding to a vehicle suddenly stopping in front of them.
Dr. Wolf, as an accident reconstructionist, do you investigate and reconstruct both passenger vehicle issues, commercial vehicle issues, motor vehicle, pedestrian issues, all of the above?
Yes, I see all types of accidents.
And how long have you been doing this work with ARCA?
A little over 7 years now.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you've just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
All right.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also hold any accreditations in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object, spatially, without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction.
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
How many cases would you say in your experience in your career have you reconstructed or attempted to reconstruct, you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it would probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you'd have a number specific, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involved pedestrians as well?
Several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great, excuse me, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
You've done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crash worthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability, and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in the field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking History Recording Characteristics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording. And specifically, it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers, the sudden braking event is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle,
Objection.
reaches.
May we approach?
Sure.
What don't you like, Lally? Objection, Your Honor. What's the grounds for the objection? This testimony is really hurting my case. Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Now you're.
Yes, you
Thank
can
you.
move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not you did not know who I was.
I did not.
You had never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No,
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
that's correct.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. Is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained in a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Lally is
Correct.
clutching his pearls.
We didn't,
It's
the
still
defense
my
didn't have
heart.
anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You'd never met us, didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally, didn't know who he was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
Goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense,
You have not paid us anything, no.
Wait,
and you
what?
don't work for us.
That's correct.
Are you serious?
As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
Wait, how does that work? Oh, he's
Your work
from
product,
the
the report that
FBI.
you provided was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both
my
sides.
God.
In terms of them reaching out,
Correct.
yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you'd join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
Oh my God.
Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained?
That's why he
not
works
us?
for the military. as
That's
well.
correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus?
Holy
You talking
shit,
about the injuries
FBI does the
to
finding
Mr.
of their
O'Keefe.
own
What was your
business.
focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those
So
are the
why-
ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure. If you,
May I?
Sure.
thank you.
Lally is having a breakdown. Yeah, I bet he is. The FBI is in the house, and nobody can call him by name.
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
I'm sure I did, Karen.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do
Yes.
and come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there?
Correct.
Based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
That was a good question, actually.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
What happened? What just happened?
Also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper, more so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there's some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
Yep. Oh
During
my
your
God.
review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think it's going back to the scene evidence. Again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper, in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, from the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
Let's take those one at a time.
Yeah.
How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes,
You were not told that theory by the defense because you've never met us.
correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simply having some facts extant in the data. You had a broken drinking glass, a broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight and vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
And that was your determination of, well, we were given instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact, and importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
Mm-hmm. Very important.
So getting back to that testing, and I interrupted your flow, you were looking at whether or not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially sent, you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly, and directly behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
What?
Pretty cool
You
job.
built a cannon?
Tell me what the results of your testing was with this pneumatic cannon that would fire the drinking glass.
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The
This
target
witness has
speeds
a
were
vibe.
30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male or an individual, for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, anybody told you any specific me see if I can rephrase that. Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence whatsoever that John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran 2 tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Are you saying, well, let me ask a different question. You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at the taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not that damage to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. When you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits a static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
if the taillight were to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of you're firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, again, the damage to the back of the Lexus, again, is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5 inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
So given everything in your investigation was revealed concerning this testing, are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
In all the information that you were provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Their approach.
Yeah, it's just, yes.
Oh, Lally. I can't even feel bad for him. I don't feel the least bit bad for him. He deserves everything that's coming his way right now. Everything. Everything. Remember when Yannetti said, wait for us, you'll be glad that you did? There it is. There it is, folks. Adventurous Words says Lally has been scolded by Bev for his rudeness to defense witnesses.
You are
and Littlewell
unmuted.
was doing research to prove something with cell phones.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hmm.
What information, if any, were
Maybe.
you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
And his teammate is up next. Can't
No
wait.
information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right. You also did some testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about that drop test testing.
Certainly. So again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a tail light from the Lexus and the human head.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why'd you choose that height?
Well, if you calculate it through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast, especially when we're talking about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end for going in reverse. So also in addition to with respect to kind of just the nature of that speed, it's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again, cause damage to the taillight.
Interesting.
What was
Very
your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck, the taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject tail light was less than that of the test tail light.
So if we were to, if I were to ask you whether or not there would be more or less damage to the taillight if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour, what is your conclusion?
Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15 up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test.
Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight?
Certainly.
Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct?
Correct.
So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head?
From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent.
I want to shift gears back to the injuries that you saw concerning Mr. O'Keefe's arm, his right arm. During the course of your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, sir.
What's the width of the taillight, specifically from where it meets the lift gate to the left side? I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle.
To the right. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really it's even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end where it's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
What is the
He really
what's the
doesn't
significance
like it.
of whether or not there was damage between the dent and the taillight? In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the lift gate, as I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the lift gate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the lift gate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
Can you calculate, or could you calculate, or did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Objection.
Take a distance out of it. Break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
The arm would be projected, but not the rest of him? What? Oh my
Is the
God.
absence of the damage that you described, between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That would be inconsistent, in my opinion.
They have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh my God. This is a massacre.
And what is your opinion, Doctor, as to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight if, in fact, that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Probably not.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Physics, that's why. from your testing, what would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight? If in fact that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above, what would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that same weight, we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation, your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the engineering and the physics testing that you did, in your expert opinion, was that taillight damaged by striking John O'Keefe on the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
But why is he not allowed to give his opinion?
In your opinion, was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe on the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Yes.
You
Oh,
are
for the
muted.
love of God. It just asks, this is it. This is the final clincher. This is the final clincher, and Lally just doesn't want it. There is no valid objection there, Lally. He's just shooting blanks. Donkey's Noggin says, can a juror stand up and say to the judge, let the witness speak legally? No, unfortunately not. Although that would be pretty awesome. Like, Your Honor, can we just please hear this stuff? That'd be pretty great. No, unfortunately no. Frederlanger says, that's like dumbwaiter going to Meade County for dinner and feelings hurt when he gets his ass. Oh my God. Why do you have to drag him into this? Like, I stopped following the guy a long time ago, and you just keep reminding me of his ass. Morning, Larry. Glad you're healthy again. Jay Water Woodless. Well, thank you very much. Oh my goodness. Time Lord Cloud with the 50. Larry, do you think it was a plan to kill John or an accident? I think it was an accident. And then let
You
the
are
John
unmuted.
die and cover it up. Yes. Karen's Reed defense reminds me of the TV show
I go?
Shark
Yes.
Boy went looking
Last
for it
question,
and had a bad
Doctor.
report setting
In
up a
your
drug
expert
deal just for a
opinion, based on all
story.
your testing, is the damage to the taillight that you saw consistent with striking a human head?
No.
In
No.
your expert opinion, is the damage to the taillight consistent with striking a human arm?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
Morning resales.
All right, report, please.
All right.
You are muted.
So yeah, I think it was an accident. Tim Lord I don't think they meant to kill him, unless it was a plan. Because remember, I take it back. I recently have been kind of rewatching some of the testimony and making videos on it. They're going to be premiering every day at 6 p.m. on my channel once again, now that I'm feeling healthy. Remember when Jennifer McCabe said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me"? Were they planning on killing Karen as well? And they just couldn't get around to it because Karen never went in the house? Anybody ever think of that? Why was Jennifer McCabe so adamant about Karen coming with her? You're coming with me. And Karen's like, no, I'm not, you know. Why would they do that? I think John O'Keefe knew some shit. And maybe he was getting ready to roll on Brian Albert. And the reason for the murder, the reason they got away, they thought they were going to get away with it, was because they probably had a plan. They probably had a plan. I think John O'Keefe knew some shit. And maybe they were going to take Karen with him and then make it look like a murder-suicide or something, or I don't know. I don't know. I've been thinking about this. I'm like, why did Jennifer McCabe need Karen Reed to come with her? You know, And it really got me thinking, like, she knew they were concocting something. This was no like 100% accident, which was what I thought in the beginning. With Jennifer McCabe's testimony, it was like, wait a minute. What were they looking for? What were they looking to do? They were clearly plotting something. And so that's where my head's at now. So I don't think it's accidental anymore, but they definitely let him die in the cold and threw Karen under the bus because, well, she was there. And Turtle Boy went looking for it like a bad report, setting up a drug deal just for a story. Oh, it's like a bad report, setting up a drug deal just for a story. I mean, look, I don't want to hate on the guy too much. I already said my piece. I know people are going to hate me for it, and I don't give a shit. I know Turtle Boy is already ripping apart anybody who's questioning what he has done. Look, extremism at any end of the spectrum is dangerous. Claiming that the McAlberts are completely innocent because they're good people and they're honest people is bad because it's extreme. Going to the ends of the earth defending Turtle Boy because he is who he is also dangerous. You have to look at every scenario on a case-by-case basis. So the facts are as follows. Turtle Boy lives in Boston with his girlfriend. His girlfriend was supposed to be in court today. She's not because of what happened yesterday. They decided to go to Canton for whatever reason. The reason doesn't matter. Nobody pulled them by the hair into that restaurant. The minute they laid eyes on the McAlberts, what they should have done, and they should have just left. Some people were saying, well, what is it not a free country anymore? There's a big difference between when you have this level of involvement in a case and you're running into witnesses from the trial who you have been accusing of murder for the last 2 years plus. It makes no sense. If I were in Turtle Boy's position, I would have, let's say I was legitimately in Canton and I was doing some legitimate business and I'm hungry. You know, my stomach is rumbling. You're not going to die of starvation if you go to the restaurant and you go, oh my God, I can't be here. Let me just leave. Let me just leave. Let me just leave because it's not a good idea. I shouldn't be here. I really shouldn't be here. There are too many people that I shouldn't be around, like the McAlberts, and just leave. There's nothing wrong with that. But making the choice to stay, to create content just for the sake of content, not cool. Not cool. It's just not cool. I know this is everything for Turtle Boy. This trial, I don't know what he's going to do when the case is over. Is he going to report on some other stuff? I have no idea. This case is everything for Turtle Boy. Me, I'm going to go on to the next thing. You know, we're going to go on to the next thing. We're going to go on to Alec Baldwin. He's up next. 2 weeks. Can you imagine? 2 weeks from today, Alec Baldwin starts. I'm going to be in New Mexico doing Alec Baldwin. People are saying he likes the attention. It's got to be it. It's got to be it. Why else would you invite yourself into the lion's den? And then you're surprised when you're being attacked by the lion. It's completely unnecessary. It was uncalled for, and his girlfriend is now paying for it by not having been invited into the courtroom. Chris Beller says, was there a canine officer that had a motive? With respect to what? You mean like you think that the animal was from a canine officer? No, I think it was Chloe. I think we all agree it's Chloe. My nurse Kel says, I didn't think the rear auto shop could be turned off on Lexus. Auto stop, excuse me. And it was the computer would say so. Plus, it had to be turned off each starter of car. But I think the snow was blocking it, right? That's why we don't have it. The snow was blocking it. They took advantage of that. Pepper and C says, so happy that you're feeling better. Thank you so much. Chandler as well. She's still resting right now. Bev was in a meeting with the feds last Tuesday. Federal indictments coming. Wait, is this confirmed? So I've been sick. So I've been out. So I missed a few. Fill me in, folks. Oh, and Mary Searle says, you have it wrong, Larry. Chris Albert Jr. confronted him first. No, he didn't. I watched another video. I didn't watch this one. The whole point is he put himself in a position to be confronted. So it was Turtle Boy who acted first. He was maybe confronted first, sure, but he would have never been confronted if he wasn't at that restaurant to begin with. They sat there eating dinner. I saw a photo. Julie Nagel, I think, took a photo of Turtle Boy and his girlfriend sitting down to eat dinner. The minute they saw all these people having a meeting in that restaurant, they should have left. I will never change my mind unless I see some evidence that shows that Turtle Boy absolutely could not. He was starving to death, and if he hadn't had a slice of pizza in the next 5 minutes, he would have been dead. That would have been an argument. If he hadn't had some food in his belly in 5 minutes, he would have had to go to the hospital because he was having a medical emergency, and this is the closest and only restaurant within a 1 mile radius. Then I'd say, you know what, your argument is valid. But yeah, assault is assault, no question about it. So, okay, so he was assaulted. He's still a dumbass for going there. Anyway, all right, back to the fun stuff. Federal indictments coming. Tell me about those. Tell me about those. I'm very, very curious. Show me the money. I want to know what is happening with the federal indictments. Who's who and what's what, folks. Fill me in. Federal indictments coming. Fill me in. That's all I'm interested in right now. We're done talking about Turtle Boy. Beverly was in a meeting with feds last Tuesday, and there are federal indictments coming. I want to hear this. Nothing? Ain't nobody got nothing? Pepper and C claims we got some intel. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Exactly. You got to huck to it. Have you guys seen that trend, the huck to it? The feds would indict a huck to it. Nobody has heard anything about a federal indictment. Oh my God. Have you not seen the meme? Oh my God, the Hawk Tui meme. All right, we need some oh my God. You guys straight up, if you have not seen this, I am about to enlighten you. This is the height of American diplomacy. This woman needs to go overseas to become a diplomat and she's a visionary. Listen to this.
How many is on your roster?
There's only one I want. I love you, Pookie, forever.
How do you get over a breakup?
The only way to get over one is get under another. Take the cobwebs off this thing.
This don't miss. What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that huck to it. Spit on that thing. You get me?
And that's when she licked me like a lollipop. Oh yeah, she licked me like a lollipop.
One is get under another. Take the cobwebs off this thing.
This don't miss. What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that huck to it. Spit on that thing. You get me?
And that's when she.
There you go. Now you've been officially enlightened. Oh God. Gotta give him that hop to it and spit on that thing. Hawk Tui, boys and girls. Oh man. James says, but does he know the stuff in physics and stuff? Yeah, exactly. By the way, did you see Boston defender David Yannetti? Did you see his his new tagline? Oh, let me show you. Check this out. Check this out. Do you guys see this? Criminal defense attorney with offices in Boston, Salem, and Dedham, practicing throughout Massachusetts and tweeting about law and stuff. This is a guy with a sense of humor. This is a guy with a sense of humor. And stuff. Oh my god, this is the best. I love Yannetti so much. He's a true class act. Like he's the man we should all aspire to be. Good for him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you for reminding me about that, James. Do a credible poll for chat. Credible poll. Seems like a lot of work. I like to troll chat. Trolling chat is more interesting. Okay, start a poll. What kind of poll can we start? This is on YouTube, by the way. If you're watching on a different platform, you will not see this poll. It is on YouTube exclusively. Here's the poll. Okay. Polls up. I just couldn't think of anything. How badly do you think Lally is feeling right now? Poop my pants bad, idiocracy level bad, I want my mommy bad. This is Sparta! I don't know, that's the last one. Don't ask. All right, I hope you're happy, Jay Water, Roadless Wolf. Also, Jay Water, Roadless Wolf also says a lot of these experts were we're talking to testimonials from Thursday outside the purview of the jury. Please put up a poll. Oh, there it is. Okay, credible witness. Yes for Ms. Reed. Yes for the Commonwealth. No, no credibility. That's the poll that you were asking me to do. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. I think mine is more fun, though. We can just ask the chat. We can just ask the chat. We don't really have to do a poll for that. Lori Ann, thank you very much for the one gifted. Can the jury ask who hired this guy? No, they cannot. Unfortunately, they cannot ask questions. For Karen's location, is she still behind bars or released on bail? She is out on bail. She is protected from the McCabe's, yes. Mickey says, I feel most making the 911 call would also be running into family home to get help at the same time, not declining CPR without asking others. Gone Mad at 29 says, I disagree, Larry. You are wrong. I agree. Time Lord Cloud says, so it was union sanctioned killing then. That's one way to put it. Cop on cop murder. Aw, Christy, thank you so much. So glad you're back. This is the best chat group. We try. I've noticed that we talked about this before, that the chat is actually a reflection of the streamer. I always found that fascinating, that the chat is always going to be if you want to know who the streamer is, go to their chat. And I'm not saying it because I'm biased, because I am, obviously, because my chat is the best chat on YouTube. But like, if you want to find out the chat of an individual, the personality of an individual, go to their chat. Like, that's a true statement. That's 100% true statement. And yeah, I'm fucking biased, so. Shoot me. So Turtle Boy is at fault. What a cowardly way of thinking. Oh, in that sense. Gone Mad 29. You have gone mad. No, you're just butthurt because you know that Turtle Boy's in the wrong. Or if you do think he's in the right, whatever. That's fine too. Like I said, I stand by my statement. I'm not gonna go over it again. What poll are you starting with, Larry? I already started it. It's up. The poll is up. How badly do you think Lally is feeling right now? And 50% say, I want my mommy bad. Lally wants his mommy. This chat is always respectful and classy, except for some random moments, just like the UI guys at class. Oh, you're too sweet. Stop. I can be a douche too sometimes. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Lally's outside on his smoke break. Yeah, he always smokes cigarettes when he's stressed. He's probably out smoking. You're not kidding. You're not wrong. You're probably absolutely right. Yeah, folks, this is a hell of a trial. This is one of the weirdest, most bizarre trials that will be remembered for a long, long, long time to come. It's so it has a little bit of everything. Turtle Boy is a troll, and his chat is, a lot of them are trolling with him. An effective troll, but a troll. He was trolling. It's very possible. It's very possible. I would not put it past him. And there's nothing wrong with it. Let him do his thing. If he wants to do his thing, let him do his thing. I'm not gonna be like totally hating on this guy. But what I am gonna be hating on is his life choices. He made a decision, now he's gotta live with the consequences. That's it. Send in the wolf. I am learning a lot from the defense, as a matter of fact. Larry gonna dance on a pole like, what the hell's neighbor? Like Lynette. Lynette Michelle Lacey, Giselle Mamel Preston. Oh, court's back. Thank you for that, Gone Mad. Who's that woman in blue?
Please be seated, court is in session.
This one right here. Does anybody know? She has that look on her face of like
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
a very interesting look on her face. Who's the woman in blue? Does anybody know? Larry Lynette Foreman. John's cousin. Okay. She's the girl from Aruba.
Good morning.
More Aruba people.
Now, you in conjunction with, Dr. Wenchler, is that correct?
Dr. Rentschler, yes.
So you in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Yes. You in conjunction with Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Klein wrote a report in regard to your analysis here, correct?
Correct.
And doctor, that report was issued on February 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences, you or whoever the author of that particular portion indicates, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty standard as far as your industry is concerned. You can only work with the information that you're provided. Is that correct?
Certainly.
Now, in this
Duh.
instance, you were provided 10 things, and then there were 4 additional things that either you or the other doctors had reviewed as far as literature or things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the 10 things that you were talking about were reports, an initial crime scene report, medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many sets of photographs of the incident location were you provided with?
In terms of the number of photographs?
Not the number of photographs, or were there different sets of photographs?
Yes.
And how many sets?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that there was a series that were taken during the daytime as well as ones taken what appeared to be in the early morning hours.
And you were also provided video from the early morning hours. Is that correct?
From what I recall, I think it was daytime, but yes.
Photographs of the vehicle, photographs of recovered evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
CDR report from the 2021 Lexus.
Chris Bro, aka
LX570,
Mr.
correct?
Platinum, says
Correct.
Lally's heavy breath objections
Autopsy
are really,
report, autopsy
really
photographs. Is
cringeworthy.
that correct?
Correct.
And then some other things those would be the 10 things that you were provided with, and then there were 4 other things that you reviewed or part of your team reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in regard to there's a section in your report called Review of Materials, and it talks about photographs and glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You also talk about a black drinking straw that was recovered on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with the curbing in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of your work as a crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest, whether a body is in place at final rest? Have you ever been to a scene where those sort of conditions existed?
Certainly. We have a rapid response team that essentially we've been on site on the day of or the week of the incident. Yes.
Only the FBI would
Now,
have that.
how
I
often
wonder how
is
many
that?
jurors are savvy enough to figure that out.
Not nearly as often as, like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again, by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been is no longer present.
Scene's been cleared, items have been removed as far as evidence or other things. That's mostly what you deal with, correct?
Sure.
And as far as the hat that we were talking about before, are you aware that that was recovered as well? Same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
In the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist with pedestrian collisions, correct?
Correct.
Is it common or uncommon for in the course of a pedestrian collision, for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
Well, I think that depends on the interaction between the two. If we're talking, if it's more of a side swipe type interaction, if we're just talking about an arm, for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off, yes.
So that is consistent in general terms with the pedestrian collision of the shoe coming off, correct?
Again, based on the interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And that's not the question I was asking. So what I'm asking, is it generally consistent with pedestrian collisions, that a shoe may come off during the collision sequence near the area of impact.
Shoes can come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
Now, again, you were testifying earlier about the damage to the Lexus being isolated in the area of the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on the information that you were providing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to any of the materials that you were provided, was there anything in the materials that you were provided that indicated that just the arm or an outstretched arm of Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the vehicle?
No.
And based on your review of any of the materials that you were provided, was there any information stating that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the back of the head by the taillight assembly of the Lexus?
No.
And based on any of the materials let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I'm not aware of that video.
Now, other than the materials that we just went over, as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, Sean?
Yes.
You talked a bit about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, and in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
And you talked a little bit about conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian collision. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. When you're talking about conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about something called PRT, or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time, where again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which the driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as crash reconstruction goes, correct?
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data, versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
No, understood. And there's different variables that may affect that, as far as someone's age, as far as the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
In expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Now, in that expectation of privacy, how high would that be if we're talking about a pedestrian that actually exited from the vehicle that then strikes?
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If
I
the
love how many
operator
times
of
he
the
said, I
vehicle
don't
has
understand
a
your question.
passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes towards the back, would there be a high reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
Now, you never looked at the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
Now, a typical pedestrian strike, for the most part, involves a pedestrian in front of a vehicle as it's coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order to cause and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence. Is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how or where that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, though, that you understand that there's a difference in the injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has with a vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is wrapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
There could be, yes.
Now, the testing that you did with respect, these are essentially experiments that you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
And essentially what you're trying to do is control as many of those variables as you can in order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees so that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, as I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what your testimony is, but you wrote a report, correct?
Right, and I don't know that I detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
Even if there was a blizzard going on?
Again, what we're going after here is ultimately conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight, sure, that could be a possibility.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your test?
Were you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware that there was inclement weather at the time, yes.
Now, with respect to what type of glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower sidewall.
And so what I'm asking, sir, was it cocktail glass, was it pint glass? What kind of drinking glass are we talking?
A rocks drinking glass.
And how tall is that rocks drinking glass that you use?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to the sidewall of the glass?
Talking about in comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass. Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And so when you're projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever it was,
Cannon.
Are you facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail?
So in the testing, the interaction between the taillight and the glasses was primarily between the base and the taillight.
Now, with reference to, I asked you a little bit about the video, and you weren't aware of Mr. O'Keefe exiting from the waterfall bar at 12:11 in the morning, about 15, 20 minutes before he's struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, with reference to that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment, finding out what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
I had no idea that video existed.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he was struck by the vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking, yes.
About half of you
How is it
said,
that you determined
Lally is
where on the
feeling, I
taillight
want my mommy bad right
assembly
now.
to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern, and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from basically where the clear portion meets the red
Good,
cover. We kind of
good,
saw that
Nikki.
the fracture pattern emanated from that. So that's where we targeted it.
Now, when you did this testing as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off the taillight, is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
Now, I know you may not be the person for this, but just as far as your reviewed some of the autopsy report, medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware that when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no overhead street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
Well, as far as part of your scope, did you define that you indicated earlier that there were questions that you didn't find in the materials that you had and conducted experiments to prove or disprove, correct?
Well, again, the entity that retained us in this asked us to evaluate
The entity.
whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with the interaction or in interaction between the two.
So you were at least somewhat restricted in the scope of what you could do based on the parameters given to you by the agency that hired you. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Now, as far as any statements by the defendant to investigating troopers either that afternoon or that morning when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered, were you familiar with any of those?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I am not familiar with.
Sure.
This is getting spicy. This is getting really spicy. Huh. Lally is grasping at straws. The thing out of the device, right? Agree or disagree, we still love what you do, Larry. Oh, I appreciate it, Gunman29. I know you were just messing around. I got you, brother. Time Lord Cloud says, I think the meeting with FBI and Bev was about the witnesses that are about now. Okay, makes sense. That's logical. Through the Looking Glass with Ryan says, if Lally opens the door, can the witness talk about the FBI being the ones to ask him to review this accident? If and only if Lally opens the door. And that's going to be a really tough door to open. Because think about it. They're bending over backwards trying to make sure that the word FBI does not get thrown around, because the jury is going to acquit immediately, because they're going to be like, why is the FBI investigating these people if Karen Reed is clearly then innocent? You know, it would taint the trial, which we want. We want the trial to be tainted, but the judge and the prosecutor kind of don't like that. So
you are unmuted.
If some way he opens the door, yeah, 100%, but I don't think Lally is that stupid. I know he's stupid, but he's not that stupid.
So, Doctor, with regard
Thank you,
to
Jen
the
Marie
defendant's
Harmony.
statements, at any point were you did you review materials, or were you made aware that the defendant said to multiple people on scene, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I'm not aware of that.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Aw, Lally, are you done? Aw, you poor boo.
Now, within the report that you and the other doctors submitted, there's an indication that if either Mr. O'Keefe's arm or head had interacted with the taillight, there'd be some expectation that either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as forensic reports, what, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
Now, you indicated as one of the materials that you were provided and you reviewed was the EDR, event data recorded data.
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Now, were you shown anything as far as a crash reconstruction report from a trooper from the state police?
No.
And the EDR data that you observed, did that contain any sort of usable data?
There was no events recovered on the black box.
And with respect to there being
No events recovered from
on
the black
EDR
box. That's
in a pedestrian
huge.
collision, is that unusual?
It is not.
And why
Yeah.
not?
Well, because you're talking about, excuse me, a very large weight difference between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So ultimately, what the vehicle is constantly monitoring is acceleration, which gets back to a term called delta V. So when the vehicle doesn't experience a big delta V, typically the threshold for a non-deployment event where you're not firing airbags or any safety mechanisms, but the vehicle wakes up and says, hey, there was something that I potentially hit, and it's usually at a threshold of about 5 miles per hour. So again, given the weight difference, we usually don't see delta Vs that high with pedestrians.
And is that in some respects because what the EDR and what the safety restraint systems are designed to protect is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
That's fair, yes.
I mean, there are more innovations as far as vehicles that are more modern or released earlier that have certain pedestrian or protections for other vehicles, but primarily what they're focused on is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, were you shown any tech stream data, Toyota tech stream data from the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So you weren't shown any data indicating that the defendant's vehicle was being operated in reverse.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So with regard to the defendant's statements, were you also not told that the defendant told several people that she had just gotten into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe right before she dropped him off at 34 Fairview Road?
So that's sustained.
Now, with regard to pedestrian collisions, you're familiar with sort of the physics term, I'm presuming, doctor, as far as like center of mass?
Yes.
And what kind of role does a center of mass for a pedestrian play in relation to center of mass of a vehicle as far as how the two interact?
Well, it depends, again, on the vehicle structure. And again, when you're talking about where's the hood height, the bumper height, and the CG, or the center of gravity of the pedestrian, that, again, will kind of dictate how they interact with between the vehicle and the pedestrian.
Now, typically, a typical pedestrian collision, again, that we were speaking about before, is in relation to a pedestrian struck by the front of a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle than you would see occur in sort of a side swipe. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In a typical pedestrian collision, that would involve more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle by the pedestrian than you would see in a typical side swipe collision. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, yes. If the vehicle is striking the center of gravity of a pedestrian as opposed to just, for instance, the limb, yes, the center of gravity or the body will be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, with respect to the defendant's vehicle, again, you never actually looked at the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
It wasn't necessary.
And did you look at the actual taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I had sufficient photographs of the taillight.
Did you ever look at the actual physical broken pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle?
Again, I had sufficient photographs that documented the fragments and pieced them together.
And you're aware, at least, that the fragments that were recovered on scene were then sort of put back together and overlaid over the taillight housing that was taken from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And through any of the pictures of the photos that you observed, did you ever see a piece of metal protruding underneath the broken and shattered plastic pieces from the taillight?
I believe it was a plastic chrome piece.
And when you were doing the testing as far as shooting the drinking glass at the taillight assembly, that taillight assembly was sort of held there by vice grips or something like that. Is that correct? It wasn't actually physically attached to a vehicle, the one that you were shooting at?
That's correct.
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass that was recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his fingernails, are you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, from the crime scene reports that you reviewed, are you aware that there was human hair that was located on the right rear quarter panel near the dent that you were talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Why
Are
does
you
she
familiar,
cherry
or are you
pick
aware
what
that
objection she's
subsequent
gonna grant, which
mitochondrial
one's she's
DNA
gonna?
testing found
I
that
swear
the
to God.
mitochondrial DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm not aware of that.
What?
Now,
Allie,
were
just
you
give
also
it up,
aware that
bro.
the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent with the broken drinking glass pieces that were found in the street?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent with pieces of broken drinking glass that were located in the street of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were talking about from the defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, about a 16th of an inch by a 16th of an inch, that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that were then found to be consistent with the tail?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, as far as, again, you weren't provided with any sort of reconstruction report from a Trooper Paul from the state police?
No, I was not.
So you're not aware that he took measurements from the ground to where certain items were on the vehicle?
Objection.
The objection sustained. He didn't see the report. Sure.
Yeah, for the love of Benji, he keeps trying to skirt the rules, Lally. And by the way, sorry for not making the screen bigger. I was distracted. And I forgot to change it. Thank you for letting me know, chat. J Water Roadless Wolf says, ooh, scientific variables. Lally is only destroying his case with this line of questioning as it can bite him in the rear. It's a, I want my mommy. I think Lally is helping the defense. He's a drone, says Becky Jones. I agree. Crazy Old Ford says, when and to what extent will the details of the FBI investigation be public? That's a great question. Probably after the verdict would be my guess. How quickly, we don't know.
You are
Record screen,
unmuted.
please. Yes, settle up, Vicky Sue.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I did that earlier. And it sounds like Lally's only trying to rehash his evidence for the jury to overshadow his testimony. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. These things don't go with the witness. Exactly. He's just trying to bring in, like, the backdoor his own case, but that's all
I
he's got.
apologize. Just one moment.
Yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out of a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
Now, as far as from your review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the tail light that you observed in this particular case?
At that speed, no.
What is Bev whispering? We can do our 2 o'clock. What does that mean? 2 p.m. is when it resumes. Court is.
So there were about 10 items that you were provided that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And a number of different items that I just asked you about that you weren't provided with or you weren't aware of, correct?
Correct.
And again, in your report, in the very first paragraph, you indicate, however, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly, Dr. Wolf, you were asked on cross-examination a couple of questions about hair, DNA on the outside of the taillight lens, I'm sorry, the taillight housing, and glass material. You recall that?
Yes.
Does any of that change your opinion about your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What is your conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the human being are consistent or inconsistent with vehicle interaction?
Objection.
Sustained. All right, Dr. Wolf, you are
All
all set,
set, sir.
You know, I'll do it back there. Thank you.
So I guess his buddy is up next, huh? FBI.
Yes.
Buddy.
I'm gonna ask, Dr. Andrew Renshaw to join us, please.
Okay.
While he's coming in, just very quickly about scheduling.
You are muted.
You are muted. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh. When is closing arguments for the defense? The defense starts, right? How do they do things in Boston? Does the defense start their closing first, or does the prosecution? Closings tomorrow? Who do you think is going to do the closing? Oh, that's a good poll, actually. Who do you think is going to do the closing? I think I already know the answer in my head, but I want to know what chat thinks. Who do you think is going to...
You are unmuted.
Can we go a little past 1 to keep going with this, if that's okay? Everybody's nodding. All right, thank you.
Step right up and just walk for me. Remain standing and face the clerk. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here should be true.
How funny would it be if on his suitcase it just said FBI? Very inconspicuously. How funny would that be?
May I inquire?
Yes.
Doctor, could you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record, please?
Certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Rentschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
And who do you work for?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as working for ARCA, first of all?
I've been with ARCA for about 16 and a half years now.
You indicated that you're the director of biomechanics and human factors, is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right. Injuries to human beings, whether it be, in a crash, motor vehicle accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body. I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms responsible for producing those types of injuries.
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics?
It does, yes.
As well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body, and it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have again, a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest basically certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in?
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So your specialty, your subfield, if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
It is, yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break. We look at the human body. How much force does it take and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries. And that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it, and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are. And then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how's it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, anywhere there's an interaction with the body and the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that real quick?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. And it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh. And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events. How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that? So it's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience doing that type of an activity.
Have you qualified as an expert in the past in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors?
I have, yes.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way. Were you asked to engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident that is currently before the court?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct. We were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
You'd never heard of the Karen Reed case.
I had not, no, sir.
You were contacted by my office after you provided your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. We have not.
That's so crazy.
Would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Objection.
Sustained.
Getting close there,
You've not been
Jackson.
paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not, no, sir.
And you do not answer to us in any way?
I do not. That's
Still a
correct.
valid question. I like it though.
You indicated that you and your team were asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed?
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records for Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolf, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in, although working as a team, a distinct role in making determinations and conclusions about the incident?
That we did. There was a distinction. Certainly some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
Following your review and your investigation and analysis, did you make any determination as to whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that tail light cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found, what the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight and interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Just generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. at that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, yes. So force is equal Newton's second law. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same.
There it
It
is.
depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the
equals
testing that we
F
did at
times A.
15 miles an hour, we used a head form which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, a right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the tail light, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries. So the fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing at 15 miles an hour where we dropped the head form. So that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light. And we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, the person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds?
Objection.
Valid
The
question.
objection sustained. Ask it differently. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does actually, almost identical because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then?
Interesting.
If the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
Allow it. Watch the leading them.
Sure.
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that tail light, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight damage consistent or inconsistent with striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to shift back to the head injury that you saw. Was the head injury that you saw consistent with falling backward from a standing position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios. That would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage if someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head on the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. Those kinds of force multipliers require a hard and rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force?
Grass and dirt, no, that would certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
What injuries, I want to shift back to the arm. I know I'm going back and forth, but bear with me. Talking about the arm, if presuming a strike at, say, 24 miles an hour on just the arm, what kind of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that taillight. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that taillight, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater. So that amount of force on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to see most likely fracture of the arm as well. You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of the John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm consistent with having been struck by a vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson.
You reviewed injuries specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Jackson is trying to get in a question and is actually doing it the wrong way. I hate to ding him on this, but I know what he's trying to do. He should ask the question in this way. In your professional opinion, based on the evidence that has been provided to you and your expertise in the field, would the injuries be consistent with a vehicle collision? Lally would object to that anyway. The judge is going to allow it. That's my opinion. Your Honor, this is not fair. It's not fair. Oh my God. It's so good. She does. She cherry picks Lightning Dave. Have you noticed that too? She totally cherry picks. She's like, I'm gonna allow that one. I'm gonna sustain that one. I'm gonna allow that one. I'm gonna sustain that one. And I'm like, what is the basis for your Because we don't hear the basis for the
You are
objection
unmuted.
because she doesn't want them
Yes.
spoken from the bench. From the table, from the
If
podium.
you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that an arm was struck by a vehicle, taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Or
Objection.
just, what would he expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the
Significant
tendons.
trauma.
I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which
Look
is
at Karen
created
Reed
through
nodding.
rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that, basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction and the same severity, which would be inconsistent,
we have
in my
sirens
opinion,
again.
with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
So did you do any measurements of the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered?
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your, in coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes. I mean, it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect if there was an injuring event that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out
Quoting
likely to
Inglourious
the edges of where
Bastards.
it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint.
It doesn't
engineering
exist, Chris,
standpoint,
bro.
is it
Are you aware of any other
reasonable if
cases
someone
where an
standing
expert
with
isn't
their
paid by
arm
either party?
extended
No,
to
it
be
never
hit
happens.
by a
Never,
moving vehicle, say
never.
25 miles an hour, and the
Never.
body, the center mass of the body to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent in your view with engineering principles and physics principles that you know if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out, and we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint. So the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them or they teach them to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body? It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
Assuming that a body was struck with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar the last time on
Lord. I swear to God, Auntie Bev, you need to get your shit together. Oh my God, these are good questions. They're feeding the jury exactly what they need, exactly what they want. The jury is finally becoming satiated. I am certain of it. Just like we are. We're finally getting what we want to hear. And Bev just doesn't like it. She just does not like it. She's trying to stop it in its tracks as much as she can. Matrix says, Larry, Bev said that biomechanics expert couldn't speak about medical because that's for the doctor. The doctor said he's not a biomechanical and they would need to testify. Yeah, that makes sense.
You are unmuted.
These are excellent questions, Grammy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have my question in mind?
Bev decides on emotion. That's
Maybe
very
repeat
true.
it, yeah.
Easy for you to say. Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries because let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, where how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne, and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body.
Yes.
So then we're going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well.
There you
And
go.
at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
Yep.
See that in this case.
Objection.
But he didn't. Ay, 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 ay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further to say.
Okay, Mr. Lally.
Okay, Lally. What you got, boy? What you got for me,
Good
boy?
afternoon.
Now, you, in conjunction with the other doctors on your team that conducted the analysis and testing in this case, you wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report, excuse me, was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes.
Some scene photos. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road. Is that right?
Yeah.
Photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials that indicates within the report that were reviewed, you talk about the lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Yes.
You are muted.
Oh my God. What a mess. Compare this doctor's testimony versus Trooper Paul. It just did. Thank you, Ness. Barry going home to Google who hides ARCA. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys. I thought I would have the energy to do a stream today, and I'm like literally dying the death of 1,000 razors. I'm probably not going to do the afternoon today, folks. My brain is just fried. I'm going to need sleep. But I will continue tomorrow, probably. I just don't have the energy up yet. I feel recovered. I don't feel sick. I still feel a little weak as I'm gaining my energy back. Chandler has been sleeping this entire time. You're welcome, Nicole. This is the last witness, so that means they're probably going to end early today and do closings tomorrow. I'm excited for that. So thank you all for joining me, but I definitely need some rest still. We appreciate your recap, says Saddle Up Vicky Sue. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I will power through this. There's only like 10 minutes remaining, so I can power through this, but I swear my head is about to explode, you guys. My head is like on fire. I've just been quiet about it, but I'm just telling you all now. Like, I literally feel like I'm gonna pass out. But I'll be all right. I'll at least get through this. Maybe they'll start lunch after they come back from the side bath. Side side. Yeah, our bodies did take a hard hit. We're not
You are
completely recovered
unmuted.
yet.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Lally, or do you need a minute?
No, it's fine, no.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you. Doctor, are you familiar with a term
Oh,
called
it's
compression
cross.
abrasions?
Compression abrasions?
Yes.
Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time, did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
You never actually looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not. That's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to?
Oh, for the love of God, it's the
I think I'm
same
aware of that, yes,
questions.
sir.
Yeah, he's aware. He
You never
doesn't
made
care.
that
He doesn't
request,
need
is that
it.
correct?
You don't need to investigate the actual
That was not
physical frickin'
necessary in this
car,
case to
Lally.
inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's
Trying to make him
necessary or
look
not,
bad,
you
like,
didn't
oh,
make
you
that
could have
request, correct?
inspected the car.
I
You
don't
chose
remember
not to.
if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at
Boy.
the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing? Is that correct?
Not the actual. We looked at photographs of the evidence. Yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed or reviewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body. Is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture. I believe.
Also bruising on his right hand. Is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect.
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee. Is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there's a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, I'm assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there. Yes, sir.
And so
Wouldn't
also
affect my
within your
opinion in this
report, same
case.
paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I'm aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
There was also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. Is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
But you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there. And then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a back could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
You didn't have enough evidence based on what you were provided, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
When was it that you looked at this additional material and who provided it to you?
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the taillight?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that stated
Is there
that.
anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical pedestrian collision that you see through the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
No, I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking you is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly
Crazy
not
Old Court says
uncommon, yes,
something
sir.
in the FBI has a case against
Now,
Louis Calvert. It's waiting.
As far as
They need Karen cleared.
maybe
before
describe a little
moving
bit on your
forward.
direct testimony
Yeah,
as far as
definitely.
there be, there's differences. In
How
the
can
type of
Nelly bring up
injuries that
Karen's
you
statements when this
expect
guy's
or
only talking about
anticipate depending
biomechanics?
on
Because
how
that's all
the
he's
vehicle
got.
interacted,
Because he's
with
got
the
nothing.
pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you familiar with what's called the sideswipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir.
Yes,
There's
please.
many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian
Why is
than you would expect to see in a
Beverly
sideswipe.
rocking
correct?
back and forth in her chair?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity.
Hi, baby.
So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. Sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
It also contained in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him
Yes, baby.
having been pushed or
Yes, my
possibly
love.
been impacted by the subject
Yes, my
Lexus
girl.
and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're saying that there's enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson? Nothing further. Okay. Dr. Rentschler, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, I want to see counsel for the last time at sidebar right now.
For the last time? Wait, so what's going to happen now? Is this it? Is this the case for the defense? Wow. Closing arguments tomorrow? Oh my God, can you guys hear her purring? It is so loud. Can you guys hear that? That was her purring. Oh, come on, Larry. You can do this. Oh, God.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, defense rests.
Defense rests.
Jurors, that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments.
Oh my God.
Counsel, they'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you in the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations sometime tomorrow. Okay, so with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any
Oh my
independent
God.
research or
Historic day
investigation
tomorrow.
into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah. Oh my God. No rebuttal. That's it. The lawyers are going to do some stuff. Folks, I'm going to go die. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. I'm going to be resurrected tomorrow morning. I hope you all enjoyed this. I hope you'll learn something. Zinnia and I are signing off. Right, Zinni?
Jimmy, I love trying to move on that one.
Bye, folks. We'll see y'all tomorrow. And don't forget, new video tonight at 6. More, the last installment of Jennifer McCabe. That's tonight. And then Trooper Proctor tomorrow. Bye, everybody.